Okay. Oh, I need to actually post these on Discord. Oop. Oop. All right, we're live. Time to wake up. Why does it always say unstable? Average bitrate too high. That's stable. I'm gonna reload. Oh, okay, I think it's fine. I definitely set the bitrate down to Twitch's level, even though YouTube allows better bitrate. So anyway, this is what we did yesterday. We got the area detailed up. We added the generator. We did the control panels and stuff. Cool. So now today we need to, one, I want to redo the generator because I'm not happy with it. But two, we need to unwrap everything and we're going to start texturing. So we have a whole lot to do today. Let's get to it. We should be live all day though. I got the place to myself. So first things first, I want to redo the generator. I want to make it more of a radial design. So I'm going to put it in its own collection here called Generator01 because there's no reason to redo that. What's up, Cyber Arctic? How's it going? I guess I'll turn the chat on. Let's see. Hey, put this. I guess that's a fine spot for it. That's kind of big for the chat, though. It covers a lot of the screen. That's the problem with doing art streams, is the chat covers a lot of it. How's it going, Cyber? So today we're gonna remodel this power generator thing, and then I'm gonna start unwrapping everything in the area, and hopefully we can get the texturing today. I'm gonna be going most of the day. What's up, STP Gaming? How's it going? How's your Sunday so far? I've got sour gummy worms flavored G Fuel to wake up this morning. Joined the Discord yesterday, got a notification, so you're checking in. Glad to hear it. I need to post more videos. It's just it's really hard to find a balance between working on the game and making videos about the game. So streaming is kind of a good in between there. I'm gonna make more YouTube shorts and videos though. Been a while. It has been a while. I don't stream that often. So I've been great. Life's been good. Been really busy. For anyone new, the mode I'm working on is sort of picture like it's like a front-facing pinball played with your fists, and it's roguelike, so it's different every time you play it. The goal is to sort of like hit targets to progress through rooms, and then there are boss fights and stuff. I have all of the mechanics done for the first zone. It's gonna be like 3 to 5 zones and then a final boss battle. I want to get the first full zone done and then upload that as an early access thing as part of the current game, just to get player feedback, and then work on the next zones. So first things first, I don't like the design of this generator. I want something more radial, so let's work on that. I think, yeah, this is the front, so I can just work on it here. So this is the, I thought I added this to a new collection. Generator 1. So we'll make a new one. We'll start with a cylinder. think we can like take the radial design of it and sort of like stretch it out. Like we have this flippy section of the wall here. So the reason this wall is cut like this is because of this area down here. If I flipped the whole circle, it wouldn't work. Also live on the purple platform. Oh yeah, I do both. I do multi-streaming. Just because I figure people might want to watch on either or. I should probably put that on the Discord. I always forget to add that little tagline. Thanks for the follow. There we are. I'm assuming you're Cyber. Okay, so I think what I want to do here, first of all, let's mirror this. And to do that, we need to cut this in half. Yes, indeed. Hotkey for this is just J if you select 2 points. So I'm just gonna move this up like this so it matches the dwarf-ish. And then we can delete these faces and mirror it on the x-axis. So now anything we do is mirrored, which is nice. What do I want to do here? I just need to make like a cool sci-fi looking generator, and I wasn't happy with the other one. It didn't feel like it fit in. It's the general aesthetic I'm going for. This is the map for the other game mode. It's like very simple, and it's completely indirectly lit because I feel like that allows for cool arcade lighting opportunities. So similar here, we're doing indirect lighting coming from underneath lamps for basically everything. At least that's the goal. Let's I also don't want it to be like too intrusive into the player area. Then we can sort of stretch it out like this. I think that will help some. Something like that. I just have to detail it up, but I think... Uh-oh. YouTube is having issues. Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Is my internet having issues? Or... Ugh. I hate Xfinity. Dropped frames, 450. Might be a computer issue. Seems like it stopped for now. Weird. I guess I'll just keep going. Very weird. I'm gonna monitor my... Oh, all of my RAM is eaten up. I might need to restart my streaming PC. Use OBS? I do. Yeah, I think I have a memory leak, so I'm gonna stop the broadcast and restart my streaming PC real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see, process. Alright, we're back. Thank goodness the streaming PC reboots quickly. I'll have to get music going again. I have a 2 PC setup, so I have my streaming PC and my gaming / work PC. So I run the music on the streaming PC, so I can have separate audio channels. If I ever want to edit clips, I can get rid of the music. Anyway, back to it. Let's look at some Google reference for sci-fi power generator. That's always a good place to start. I was looking at this yesterday. There's a lot of really cool options. I was sort of mimicking this style, but I think that's a little bit too detailed and too intricate for what I'm going for. Wipes the standby list of your RAM so it fixes memory leaks. That sounds awesome. Yeah, might hear some noises as my PC boots up and turns everything on. It always boots Discord. I don't even use Discord on that PC. That looks cool. Stuff like that looks cool. Of course, this is like gonna be a radial design on the back wall. So I'm gonna let me do like one of these. It's a good start. Can potentially scale this up. Let's scale based on 3D cursor. Just to give us a little bit more breathing room here. I don't need this back face, that's just wasted geometry. What am I picturing here? I think we take this, sort of. We can turn on clipping. And we sort of scale it down. Gonna need to delete some of these vertices. And probably also, for now, mirror this vertically, and then we can change that later, but that'll save us some work. And we want to keep the lighting of this in mind. The lighting in this game is really important to me. Have to maintain that cool indirect style. So we could do here is like extrude this in. That'll give us some cool indirect lighting coming from there. What if we had like a spherical indent on this. We can see what it looks like. You can watch hours of Blender content. Hopefully we get to the Substance Painter part today. I want to be done with the modeling so we can get to texturing, so we can get to game work and animating and stuff. I do need to animate some things before we do the actual game work. Have to make some skeletal rigs for things. Stuff and things. Let's see. Let's scale this in. And then we can delete this face. Oh, yeah. This doesn't extend any further. I did not think this through. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Doesn't have to be anything perfect. So we can do. First, we have to decide if it looks cool. It looks cool. Maybe. Then we're gonna need like one extra face here, I think. Here, we can delete these side faces. They're completely unnecessary. And then we can extend this just by doing that. Then we can be really messy, since this isn't going to be animated geometry. We can just delete that. And we're going to simplify this all anyway at some point. So I think next step here is going to be to add like little feet to connect it to the wall. Can line this up with the lighting. Ooh, I messed up somewhere. So we can center our 3D cursor on the circle. Rotate based on 3D cursor and do like maybe minus 45. Kind of like the idea of pushing this in some and having the longer feet on the side. That no, it looks, with the radial design, it looks too much like a bank vault. Maybe like 2 little feet here or something. Could even line it up with the edge here. Slightly over the edge to prevent intersecting geometry. Inset this. Turn off boundary. Oh, we have edges here. I can delete those temporarily. Can bring those back later, whenever it's convenient. Just get like a nice edge loop here. Looking halfway decent. So I think we can, thank you, by the way. Let me bevel these and then add some lighting here so we can push this a little bit further forward. I have to be strategic about where I put the lighting on this. So now we can bring back this edge loop right here. So I can cut across and then join these. If I don't extrude, then I don't get extra geometry that I don't want. Scale that in. We can give this the blue lighting. Oh, that's the wrong side. There we go. That's looking kind of cool. Of course, now I need to scale this in some. I know that it's blasphemy to use ingons, but it does not matter for things that don't have to deform. And I'm gonna triangulate it all later anyway. The geometry on some of the things in my game is straight up embarrassingly bad. Ooh, I know what we could do here. To add like little cylindrical cores. That'd be cool. Which I'm gonna have to downsize all of this significantly in terms of geometry, since the MetaQuest is basically a glorified smartphone. And I have to get it to run at 90 frames per second. Ugh. Let's turn on clipping so things don't overlap. Make this even narrower. And I was thinking, I think this would benefit from having these be a little bit narrower and then have a third one. You made a 3D room for a stream a month ago and did so many illegal things, but it worked and looked nice. I mean, that's kind of where I am in my philosophy. If it looks right and it works, it's right. Like some professional modelers will be like, everything has to be quads and geometry has to be beautiful. And I'm just not on that wavelength. I feel like if it works, it works. And I'm making a VR game where most things are static models with maybe some animated textures, so I'm not that worried about it. Then at work, I deal with CAD models a lot. Which, with the final textures, I'll probably have like a pulsing on this, so it's like wow, 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 rather than just always illuminated. But I think that looks pretty cool. You hate CAD. CAD is such a goddamn nightmare to work with in 3D because the geometry you get from it is always a mess. So I just had to learn tricks to make it look good without actually fixing it, because actually fixing it would take too long. I think that's looking pretty cool. And it's simpler than the other generator. What do I do for work? I work for an automation company in their marketing department. It's automationdirect.com. They sell industrial components. I do like 3D renders and graphics for some of their videos and for the web store and stuff of industrial components. So a lot of CAD work, a whole lot of CAD work. They treat me well and it pays the bills. There's a lot more than a lot of companies can say. I don't know if we need to go more complex than this. I think that looks pretty cool and matches about the detail level of everything else. You could probably, I could probably make the sphere a little bit more interesting. Just add like one like little extrusion in there or something. I don't know if it's necessary. I kind of like the simple look. Keep it simple, stupid is my motto for a lot of things. You work in AutoCAD or Onshape? We're a SolidWorks company, but all of the work I do is in Blender. I don't do like a lot of CAD work. I do a lot of taking CAD and working with it in Blender, which is where the nightmare comes in. Okay. So during the game, we have this power generator thing in the background that nobody's even going to look at because you face the other way during the game. And then when the game's over, and doors are closed. And then when the game's over, we have the scoreboard and the control panels to select your mode, select your fists that you've unlocked. I think that works. For the doors, I was thinking I can make... So these are gonna be sliding doors. Originally... Ooh, can't slide that way. Man, I am painting myself into corners here. All day, every day. The reason I can't... I was gonna have them rotate up like this, but I can't because of the ceiling intrusions where I have the lighting. So now I was gonna have them slide like this, so I need to fix this, I guess. I cannot make it easy for me. I'm not a fan of past Chris. No siree. Alright, so instead, here's what we're gonna do. Ugh. I don't even know if we needed that light in the first place. Anyway. Have it like go out and then up because I got too much detail on the way there. I was just gonna have it slide. Well, originally I was gonna have it rotate, but I got too much. I packed the area too tightly. I think sliding is fine. It doesn't. Nobody's even gonna be looking at it when it happens for the most part, because when you play the game, this is your little scoreboard area that you're looking. This is like your little where your health and stuff is, and then the game is out here. This is just the little player area where you select your mode and select your cosmetics. And I need to figure out how the hell I'm gonna handle the different rooms in terms of art, because a lot of the locations of the obstacles and stuff are procedurally generated. So getting that all to mesh well is gonna be a real challenge. Alright, well, now this can slide, but I was thinking I might, like, just for the sake of extra detail, I might divide this in 3 and have it, like, slide kind of like, I'll show you. Let's see, this is 16 faces. That does not divide equally by 3. I think that's the center one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that'll work. So I was thinking, we could have it like slide off in segments, and that would look pretty cool. Sort of like offset. Panel things. So it'd be sort of like let's add a timeline down here. Yeah. Be like hey, Blender Sorcerer, how's it going? Could do let's do a normalize here. Individual centers. So it'd be something like Oh wait, other way. And pink waving. I need to see what that looks like on YouTube. I have the restream chat open. How's it going? I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that. So I want this one to go first. So it'd be kind of like that, almost. Maybe even offset one more. I think that would be a pretty cool door concept. Where do I work? I work for a company called Automation Direct. They make industrial components and stuff. This is my own personal project. Yeah, I think something like that's cool. I'm gonna keep it. And that gives me some opportunity for neat texturing on this too. And some extra bevels just for extra details when you're not playing the game. Let's delete. Can stop the animation. Oh wait, let's do an Alt D instead of a Shift D. That way if I make changes over, no, it's not gonna matter because I'm gonna use a bevel modifier. Whatever. We're gonna have to apply all of this and unwrap all of this. And that's gonna be fun. At least unwrapping's kind of like therapeutic almost. Oh, what, like maybe like 0.0035 is good. Just a little bit of a bevel. And we have a decent geometry budget just because of the scale of the game. So I'm not... Oh, whoa, shit. Shoot. I changed the thickness, not the bevel. I never claimed to be a smart man. Okay. I think the official amount I'm doing is like 0.0025 on different things. That's an array. And if I ever want to change any of this, that's totally fine. This is all technically placeholder if I need it to be. I just want to sort of catch the light a little bit when we bake it. Otherwise, this is the player area when you're playing the game. And this is the player area after. I do want to still add some lighting coming in. So let's just do it on this rim thing here. We'll just move this out to where the lighting was. And then we can add our little lighting here. And just not go past where the door is. That should work. I'm just gonna forget that this is mirrored, so I have to work on this side. Yeah, we can just do one of these. Just not go past where the door is. And then clean up all of this nonsense at some point in the future. There we go. Now we get the nice lighting and we don't have to worry about the doors. Let's, geez. Maybe we do want to do an extrude rather than an edge loop so we can keep the doors the same size. Yeah, so that way we keep the little wall here. And that means less work. And it'll also look cool when the door flips if there's like a little indent here. Again, not that anyone's even going to be looking at the door when it flips, because that's only when the game starts and when the game ends. But just in case, it's nice to have those extra details for the player, for the observant players. So we don't want to go past... Ooh, I think we did go past. I think that's about as far as we can go. There we go. Nice. It's all about atmosphere and experience. Yeah. And let's add. I feel like there should be a little bit more lighting on the generator itself. So let's see, we have it coming in from there. That's good, good, good. Ooh, this doesn't even go all the way down to the wall. Also don't need these back faces. But I was gonna say, maybe we can, so we have that light there, maybe we can have light, like, right here. One of these days I should upgrade my GPU. I'm like, geez, what, three generations behind now? I'm on a 2080. A little bit extra detail there. Wait for the 6000 series. Honestly, it's probably about time I build a new computer. I just feel like it's really bad timing with the price of RAM right now. I built this one, I think, around like 2020. I have an idea. For one little final aspect of lighting, we could potentially, hear me out, let's I think it's a little bit too intrusive. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe if I animated it. Because, like, a common thing I do in the game, I'll just boot up Unreal to show you what I'm picturing. And while that boots up, I'm going to run to the restroom. Is this for my own game project? It is. I'll be right back. Ugh, thank goodness I have a restroom in my office. Oh, this is booting up. We can get our ass handed to us real quick. First game of the day is always terrible. Ooh, I get to do a gambit. I never know what to do in this situation. Oh, I'm just gonna defend here, I guess. Ooh, he wants to trade. No, he doesn't. He does want to throw his knight away, though. That is totally fine by me. I'm a full piece ahead. And I still... I guess I don't get the castle, but... There's a free pawn there, too, man. I'm just gonna... move my king out of the way. Put you there. Defend you. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Guy just wants to throw all of his pieces away. I mean, that's totally fine. Dude, I'm a full bishop ahead. What do you want here? Oh, he resigned. Cool. This is still booting. Oh, it's a lot of effort just to show off one little thing. Oh, there we go. It's finally coming up. Can I give a piece of advice? It depends what the advice is. I might not be qualified. Okay, so what I'm picturing is that. For the generator is animating the tubes something like this, how it like sort of rotates and pulses. So like we have the pulsing on the inside. Thanks for the follow. I need to put my face behind the alerts. Let's see. There we go. Whoever followed or whatever. I don't know what that was. I appreciate it. So anyway, this is what I'm picturing for the generator, is like maybe some spinning and pulsing. Something like that I think would look cool. Every time I go between Blender and Unreal, I have to remember that the interface is totally different for navigating. I'll show you what mode I'm working on. It's a VR game. I just made controls so I can control it as if I'm playing it on a 2D computer. You play this game with your fists, but the goal is to hit targets, to open doors, and there's obstacles and stuff. So like we can hit those targets. This one recharges your bomb, then launches it out. Hit targets. These ones flip. Hit targets, which is a lot harder to do with your fists, and there's going to be more obstacles in the final iterations. And there's like boss fights. So like this is one where you have to hit it when it's flipped on the right side. And then every time you beat a boss, you get a power up. Like you can increase your health. There will be modifiers for the bomb and stuff. So that's the game. But this is played with your fists in VR. So it's like a roguelike front-facing pinball. I'm just working on the art for the first zone now because the mechanics are in place. I just need art, and then I can place things where I want them and playtest properly. I want to do like a fully fledged version of the game, like of zone 1, get player feedback, and then work on the next zones. If you would like VR games, you would say that's fun to do. Have you played around in VR at all? I think it's pretty fun. It's not something I do. I honestly use VR to exercise more than I do to play games. But lately I've just been rowing, not in VR. I'm lifting weights. Can you work with me? I work alone, sorry. Oh, I don't even need, let's see. I'm gonna smooth this out. Just volunteering. I appreciate it. I just yeah, this is a personal project I've just been doing myself. It's already released. It's already not this mode. This is a new mode I'm working on for the game, but the game's already available on the MetaQuest store. How goes the blendering? Wow, I blundered that blendering. Good. The blendering goes well. How much time do I have in the game with development? It was off and on for like 3 years, but very off and on. So like I probably could have finished this in under a year if I dedicated all of my time to it. It's a simple arcade game where you punch things. It's only $6 on the MetaQuest store, which is less than a cup of coffee at a lot of places. Anyway, get this all nice and smoothed out. Delete that. Delete that. I wouldn't even say I know what I'm doing. I just mess with things till they work. Okay, let's see. Yeah, if I had this like animated like the power-ups that I showed you, like this, I think that would be pretty cool. The only problem is the lighting won't animate on the map. All of the lighting in my game is fake. I don't have any real lights. So like if I go to my main map, for instance, can YouTube viewers read your chats? Yeah, so I'm using Restream chat, which is free. So none of this is lit. Put it under blueprints maybe. I have like a material parameter collection. Let me see if I can find it. It's been a minute since I've used it. It's it's baked lighting for everything, but I can control it. I baked it out of Blender. I have a material parameter collection somewhere around here. I thought it would be under map, honestly. Well. Maybe type equals material parameter. There we go. So I baked it all out of Blender as an RGB. Like, so like one light is red, one light is blue, one light is green kind of deal. And I have a few textures that I add in the map materials so that I can control it all with material parameter collections, and it still looks like it's proper global illumination bounce lighting. I thought it was a clever way to do it. Since it's practically a mobile game. And you got like lighting, color and stuff. It's very limited, and it wouldn't work in most games just because of the way it is, but I thought it was pretty cool. Also, it doesn't even really work. A lot of the, like, I can change the color, but this entire screen in the game, I ended up replacing with a stereo layer for the user interface, and that's all on a widget, so I can't control the individual lights on the widget, unfortunately. But I had to do a stereo layer to get it, because if you're using UMG widgets in VR, they look terrible, like kind of blurry, kind of pixelated. So you have to use stereo layers to get it to look crisp and clean on VR. And so I had to replace. And if you want stereo layers to be allowed to have things in front of them, to do like the depth cutout on them, they can't have any transparency. So that was a whole hassle to figure out. Anyway, I think this would look pretty cool. Could maybe these feel like UE terms and all your skill points are in Blender. I could maybe, rather than having it like rotate around, since that would be really hard to animate the lighting for, I could potentially just have this ring pulsing. I could definitely do that. Have this pulsing and these pulsing and have them all different RGB values and animate those on the material. So that's definitely doable. Do I take on projects like from other people? No, I don't have time. Which this lighting is not gonna affect the map. That's too much to expect, but I think it'll look cool anyway. Yeah, I'm a busy person. My girlfriend and I have a very active social life. And then I also have my personal project, and I also have the full-time job. We also have 4 cats. I don't have like free time for anything. Okay, I think I'm ready to start applying downsizing and unwrapping things, which was the goal today. I just wanted to get a new generator because I didn't like the old generator art. So this is the new one we made this morning versus, I put this in its own collection. Versus this one, which just, it didn't fit in. I feel like it's a little bit too intricate, and I kind of like the radial design better. I feel like it just fits the style of the map better. So, and it's lower profile, which is nice, and nobody's ever going to see it anyway because they're going to be facing the other direction. It's just there in case someone does look behind them. So now we can do the hard part. So let's make a new collection for map unwrapped. Take on projects like you've a half-finished shooter that's been abandoned on your hard drive. I will say, the hardest thing about making a game, even one as simple as this, is just pushing it past the finish line, which this one's technically done. It's not even early access. I'm just adding stuff to it for the fun of it. I've made like no money on this game. I've got a total of 60 names on the leaderboard, and half those people got the game for free because they're friends and family and people who tested it. So I've done a shit job marketing this game, but I'm just adding to it for the fun of adding to it. But I did push it past the finish line, and I feel like that's something to be proud of. And I figure if I just keep adding to it and keep making content about it, eventually people will be like, hey, that's a pretty good deal for $6. That's my goal, at least. At the end of the day, I'm just making a game that I think is fun. I need to adjust the unlock values for things. Because if we look at the leaderboard for the game, no one's even close to 10,000 points other than me. And 10,000 points is where you unlock the golden fists. You've been trying to shotgun game jams. I'm gonna do with friends. I think we're doing a Ludum Dare in April. I've done a few game jams in the past. Let me see if I can find videos from those and dig up the past here. On my other YouTube channel. This is my old YouTube channel. I still post things like my second a day and whatnot, but I don't stream or post here very often anymore. This is when I was trying to be an entertainment streamer, and man, streaming Fortnite, that was so bad for my mental health. This was one of the VR game jams we did. It was Blobkin Blaster. So like you have these little creatures and you juice them to get ammo to shoot enemies. And then you feed them. And then once they're fed, you feed them with the monster meat. Once they're fed, you can let's see if it actually shows it here. Yeah, once they're fed, you can smash them together to reproduce into more little creatures. So it was a cute little game loop, I felt. Sort of like a resource management wave shooter. Another one we did was Ice Castle Hassle. This was a UE jam, Unreal Engine 4 game jam. This was before UE5 existed. And it was like you're in a castle, you have a little cannon that you control, and you have different types of ammo, so you can shoot out the ice with fire or replace the ice with ice balls. And the goal was to shoot out the squares from beneath the enemies that are running towards your temple, and then you want to replace the squares for the townspeople that are running towards the castle. That was a fun one too. Those are the two game jams I've done. Which we did all of the art and everything within the time period. None of this was canned assets. This was all made from scratch for the game, which I thought was pretty cool, including the characters. Same here. And then this one, I was not part of this, but the friends I worked with took the game past the finish line. They took it a totally different direction than the original game jam. This is just kind of just turned into a basic wave shooter, but which I was totally against. But they did technically finish it and release it, which is pretty cool. They got rid of all of the resource management with the creatures and just turned it into a point-and-click wave shooter, which annoyed me a little bit, but I mean, I didn't work on it. I didn't have a say there after the release, which I did all the work for the game jam for the most part in terms of programming, but anyway, lost track of the number of teams that have imploded, given up, or just outright ghosted you. Solo queuing and then looking for a team is one of the most painful game jam experiences you can have. Yeah. I luckily have a couple friends that I do jams with. When I do them. We're doing one in April, haven't done one for years. It's always like a very stressful weekend, but it's super fun. Okay, I'm just stalling at this point. We gotta buckle down and do the unfun part. I'm gonna use the restroom and on the topic of stalling more. The unfun part, UV unwrapping and down resing everything. I don't like model super high res assets and do the whole baked texture thing. I just do the texturing and Substance Designer on the low res assets. It's faster for me, I feel. But down resing the stuff that I've modeled and unwrapping is not super fun. It's kind of therapeutic in a sense, but I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. This is what I get for chugging a bunch of caffeine first thing in the morning. Okay. You hate the baking part? I don't have a lot of baking to do other than the lights. Again, I just model everything low res from the get-go. Probably not the best workflow in the world, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna save this as a new iteration. We're gonna make a new collection called map unwrapped, so I can hide things as I unwrap them. And then we're just gonna get to it. I'm also gonna be beveling things as we go to get that nice looking edge. Yeah, I'm mostly just deleting edge loops here and there on cylindrical objects. It's not super painful. So like this. We do not need this many edges. Let's see, how many more of these can we get rid of? And we don't need, like, the faces that go behind the geometry. So I can make an edge loop there. That's pretty close. You can always improve that later. This goes on entirely unnecessarily too far. Mostly just deleting faces and edges. That one looks like it pokes out just a teensy bit, so I'm gonna slide him in and then delete. And then how many faces is this around? It got 12. So you take those pipes down to octagons. I'm gonna delete some of the edge loops, mostly where the player can't see them. So like back here is a good place. Right now this is 718 faces, which is entirely too much. So you can definitely down res the pipe, especially where it's not bending that much. And probably delete some more edge loops on the radius. Let's see, probably just select multiples here. None of this is necessary. And then like, what's the, let's see, what's the polygon budget on MetaQuest 2? I'm targeting the 2, even though 3 is what most people have. Roughly 750,000 to 1 million triangles on screen at once. So we have a decent polygon budget, but I like to stay well underneath that. Right now, we got 58,000 edges, 39,000 triangles. Oh, we got some work to do. Don't think anything less than an octagon would look acceptable. Octagon is eight angles. I should have known that from the 8. It's just I always get confused because October is the 10th month of the year and it should be the 8th. So like this bend needs some divisions to look nice, but past that we can delete a bunch of edges. That gets us down to 400 faces, 800 triangles. And we can, oh, we only deleted over here. We can definitely delete more over here. Wait, I don't want to delete the top one like that. Oh, we can even probably get away with. It's like, who's gonna be looking underneath? That's a little bit far. I can always get to that later if I need to. Which is down to 780 triangles. Where else can we? Which these are hero objects that are close to the player as well. So I'm not the most worried about it. We can definitely down-res objects that get further away from the player a lot more. Probably cut out some of these on the bend. It'll be, won't be the end of the world. That's we can just smooth this one out. Maybe, let's see. Oh wait, that's the wrong resolution we're looking at. You can just cut it down from the get-go, honestly. Do 12 around. Probably would have been smarter to do this for the other curve too. This one's basically straight, so we can delete most of those. Want the curve to look nice, and then I can just delete the edges manually. Oh, dig my own grave. I don't need that one either, honestly. Like, who's gonna notice? Unless they, like, come over here and, like, step out of bounds and look underneath. You can't really tell. Most of these are completely unnecessary. Probably even cut down more than this. This is just the first initial batch. Don't need any of the ones that go behind. I definitely do not have a background in game art. I went to school for visual effects, so everything I've learned about this stuff is all just self-taught, and probably a lot of it's incorrect, but again, if it works, it works. Damn! That's some edges. Oh, we got some work to do over here. You can say whatever you want. I'm open to feedback. I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on the software, but never too late to learn things. Like I randomly learned the other day from a TikTok that you can do expressions by just doing hashtag. Like you can just do hashtag and then whatever expression you want, and it makes a driver, which is pretty cool. I'm always down to learn things. The software has so much to it that there's a million things that I don't know and will probably never know. This guy, we can delete most of it because the player's standing out here. They're not going to ever see underneath. I was wondering if I could use the limited dissolve to get rid of edges. Honestly, that's probably fine. I guess it's on a 520. Here, if we want to get really into it, we could probably merge some of these. But I'm not so insecure that I can't accept some feedback. What I'm gonna texture these as. So I haven't figured that out or decided. The thing I'm trying to avoid, for the most part, I have a couple in the game that I use, but I'm trying to avoid normal maps altogether for mobile. Control Alt Select one of those edge loop cuts will select all of the edge along the pipe. Then you can use selection, checker, deselect. So it'll be every other. Is there a way to get it to select the whole loop? So I'm doing Control, Alt, and clicking, and it's only doing the one edge. Oh, also I can delete the geometry in between here. Missed that one. Oh, that's a good trick. Oh. Delete those edge loops, and you can use select similar. I can't figure it out. You'll make me an example. Delete those edge loops and have half the geometry without messing with the overall shape too much. So I don't see a under select similar. I don't see a loops. Anyway, delete these. We're about done with pipes anyway, but that is a cool trick. If I can figure out how to get it to select the whole rings. I think the only problem here is that I'm not selecting every other one. I'm trying to specifically select areas where there's not a lot of curvature, so I can save the loops for where the curves are. If there was a way to do like a limited dissolve for edge loops, that'd be cool. That's not even visible to the players. Nobody's ever gonna see the bottom. And no one's ever probably gonna see that. If they do, more power to them, I guess. Don't need you. We're just gonna... Those are probably unnecessary. I feel like I want the curves to look good. That probably looks fine. And drag you down to center you some. Cool. I can unwrap these. This one we can probably still cut down on some, but I'm not worried about it at the moment. Alright, so Control Alt and select, check or deselect, and then select select loops. Okay. That's pretty good. That's a good trick. I appreciate that. Thanks for doing that. It would be cooler if you could just select loops with just one click. That would be amazing. Can probably cut those out. It's worth the extra geometry. If people lag, that's their own damn problem. Okay, let's unwrap these tubes. And then how we join these for the texturing is going to be a whole thing too, because a lot of the stuff is going to be batched into one object with Honestly, I use somewhat low resolution textures in this game just for again, mobile. High res textures are only for hero assets. Like I try to get away with as low resolution textures as I humanly possibly can. Which the cool thing, I just do 2K textures, but then in Unreal Engine you can down-res them in Engine, which is nice, so you can test and see what works. Okay. I'm gonna do my live unwrap and looking good. Once I get all these unwrapped, I'm gonna straighten them out since they're tubes. Yeah, I guess that back one's pretty good. And then once I get all this unwrapped, that's when we'll do the packing. You consider them medium resolutions. I shoot for like, a lot of the textures in my game are as low as like 256, 256 or 512, 512. Because things at a distance, no one can tell the difference. Especially since I've kept like a relatively simple art style. It's mostly all just like concrete looking textures. You start using only JPEG unless it needs transparency. I hadn't thought about that. I don't know if image format matters for Unreal. I think it converts it to its own Unreal format. I'm not entirely sure though. Oh, I don't have... I don't have my UV Packmaster installed in Blender 5. I'm gonna have to get to that at some point. Yeah, I'll put these under unwrapped. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. I just assumed that UAsset was like its own thing. It just treats it as its own kind of image. So like alright, this one I did 1K. Maximum texture size. I probably shouldn't have alpha on this. That's just how Substance exports it. Cash, how's it going? Oh, I can turn alpha off. That probably... Damn, that cuts down the file size. Hell yeah. Been a minute. It has been a minute. I'm gonna go through my game and do some optimizing without the alpha channel later. Damn. That's a shoulda, coulda, woulda a whole long time ago. That one's already got no alpha. Anyway. Life's great. I have no complaints. Pretty good over here. Been a busy boy. Let's see, I turned 35 in January. February just flew by. Now it's March. Next weekend is the opening of Six Flags Over Georgia. I'm gonna go to that. To be reunited with my darling. This roller coaster, Twisted Cyclone, it's a steel wood hybrid that was like, it was like refurbed by RMC. It's one of the most fun rides I've ever been on. Mostly working in Godot these days. You export as GLB, which means you don't have to rebuild materials again in Godot. That's fair. I'm gonna switch to Godot for my next project. Let me show you the POV for this one. It's not as good as Airy Force 1 over at Fun Spot Atlanta, but it's pretty damn good. This is probably my favorite ride at Six Flags Over Georgia. But they have been closed for winter until next weekend, so I'm gonna go to opening day. It should be pretty fun. We can skip past. I don't know if it speeds up for the lift hill or not. Here we go. Has a lot of good inversions. Whee! And it's a very smooth ride for being a wood conversion. But then the best roller coaster in Georgia is made by the same company, RMC, and it's at Fun Spot Atlanta, which is like, let me show you what Fun Spot Atlanta looks like real quick. It literally looks like a side of the road, like carnival. Like they have some go-karts and stuff, but it looks like nothing. And then a couple of years ago, they spent $13 million and built the best roller coaster in Georgia, which is this. Starts out with a couple little bunny hills to be like, hey, we're gonna do some things. And you go up this really big lift hill, and you can see like so far into the distance from the top here. And then the drop is pretty much vertical. It's awesome. First inversion goes into like a dive. And then right up here is a 0G stall where you're just upside down for a couple seconds and you feel completely weightless. Good G-forces here. Feels like you're getting thrown out of your seat. Couple good hills. And then you do like an inversion over the arcade. One final inversion here, and then it ends with 4 more hills. This, if you ride this a bunch in a row, because there's never a line here since it's like a dinky side of the road carnival, like you can literally just hop straight back on the ride without waiting in line. It's amazing. I went on this ride 50 times last year. But if you do it too many times in a row, those hills at the end really start to bruise your thighs. Awesome roller coaster. And there's never a wait for it. Like if you're at Six Flags, you're waiting like 30 minutes for a ride on a moderately busy day. Can you share a link of a roller coaster close to me? Absolutely. I love roller coasters. I always forget I hadn't been to I hadn't been to Universal or Disney in several years. Until last year. I used to go to Halloween Horror Nights for a few years there, but I went back on Hulk and Velocicoaster, and I was just like, God damn, I love roller coasters. So then Rebecca, my girlfriend, was like, you know, Six Flags over Georgia has some pretty solid ones. She does not do roller coasters, but I decided to go check it out since I randomly had a season pass, because we went to my friend's birthday at Whitewater over Georgia last year and spent $20 extra to get a season pass, which includes access to all of the Six Flags parks. So I just randomly had a season pass. I was like, I'll go check it out. It's free. So some really good rides at Six Flags. This is in German, I think. Oh, Dutch. Wow, I just probably was insulting. On top. I just want to see the ride. Hi. Yeah, I'm just gonna find it on YouTube. Efteling Python. Oh, you can set it to English on top. 5K POV. Built by Arrow, which were replaced by Vekoma trains during the 90s. Oh, it's in the Netherlands, or near... Does that mean you live close to the Blender Institute? Wait for it to get to the top. Didn't know. Like I said, it had been years since I'd ridden roller coasters or been to the parks, and then every time I go on them, I'm just like, God damn, I really fucking love roller coasters. So I kind of forget in between the spaces, but I'm not gonna forget this time since I have Six Flags now. This looks like it's about to get. Ooh, this is a straight up loop. Damn, that looks pretty intense. There's a coaster at Six Flags called Riddler Mindbender that has some loops like that, and I feel like at the bottom of those kind of loops, you feel like you're being pushed straight back into your seat with the heavy G-forces. That looks pretty fun. I would do it. There's let's see. I honestly wasn't a fan of this one because the cars were pretty uncomfortable, but the loops are pretty cool because it does similar loops where you just go on a straight loop, and the G-forces again are pretty great. You can skip the lift hill because that takes up like half the damn video. Wee. Yeah, so we got this loop. And then that loop down there. How's life on your end, Cash? This ride is okay. It's on my list of probably wouldn't ride again unless like friends wanted to. Honestly, when I go on Saturday, I'll probably ride everything, but it's opening day. I'm gonna be there all day. I might as well. Yeah, there's the second loop. Let's see what else is there. This is at Universal. This ride's incredible. It's a launch coaster. It's not as good as Velocicoaster, but there's never a line for this one. This initial launch is so good. Like, it's so hard to go back to Lift Hills after you've been on really good launch coasters, because you just go from like 0 to 70 instantly. A lot of people complain about getting a headache from this one because their head hits the seat. I think it's a height issue, because as a tall person, I don't have that issue at all. So then there's the midpoint, and then a few more loops and stuff. Which the second half is honestly a little bit underwhelming compared to the first half, but it's a good way to calm down after that first intense part with the launch. And then Velocicoaster is my favorite ride I've ever been on, I think. Or roller coaster, at least. This ride is psychotic. It launches from 0 to 50 something in the first launch here, and then there's a second launch that goes to 70 something. The second launch goes straight into an insane top hat where you can see the entire park. And they call them head choppers, where you get really close to the rocks and it feels like you're gonna lose your head. It's really intense. A second launch right here into the top hat is insane. From here you can see the entire park. It's great. I think I might be wrong here. I think this goes higher than anything in Georgia, just because the coasters in Georgia are all relatively close to the airport, so they have to stay under a certain height. Then at the end of this coaster, right over the lake here, you do like a barrel roll, which is really fun. Which we're going back to Universal later this year, so I'm looking forward to that. And then what I haven't done is Epic Universe, but there's a dueling coaster called Stardust Racers at Epic Universe in Universal Orlando, and it looks insane. We wanted to do Epic Universe last year when we went, but they were sold out on the day that we had available, so we did Universal and Islands of Adventure instead. This is not a good POV, it's very dark. I've heard this is a great one to ride at night because the ride has a lot of like cool lighting features. So then right here, the coasters, like the two cars from the dueling coasters, like face each other, and you can literally feel like you're brushing right past the other people riding it, which sounds really cool to me. They're really strict on safety guidelines for this one though. You have to put literally everything from your pocket in a locker, because Dueling Dragons was an original dueling coaster at a park. I don't remember which park it was at, but they had to shut it down because, or at least prevent it from dueling synced up, because someone flicked a coin and it made someone go blind on the other car. There's one other roller coaster in the Netherlands that is the NR 18th in the world. I'm not sure what you mean. Anyway, Six Flags this weekend's gonna be fun. Captain Coasters. Oh, this guy. I've seen his rankings. 18th. Untamed. Rocky Mountain. Oh, it's an RMC. Hell yeah. Yeah, Air Force One in Atlanta is made by the same people. I haven't heard of this one. Wow, they put Iron Gwazi and Steel Vengeance above Velocicoaster. That's insane. I haven't ridden either of these, but I've heard they're very good. And I think Six Flags Qiddiya is pretty new. Opened December. Wow. So that's the Falcon's Flight is a very recent one. Where is the video? Heard Ride to Happiness is really good too. A lot of things I'm probably never ever gonna get to ride. On the left are the videos. Oh, you're right. I feel like in this video the cart kind of obstructs the view. Wow, my PC's freezing up. What the heck? I have too many tabs open. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. Alright, up the lift hill. We can speed up the video to 2 times for this. Get a nice view of this guy's knees. Now, RMC knows what they're doing. Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia is also an RMC, but it was a conversion, not built from scratch. I think most of their work is conversions, though, from wood to steel. That's like what they're known for. Damn, this one's got like some ride time. That's a pretty long ride. That looks solid. What are his other ratings? Wildcat's Revenge I've heard of. Voltron I've heard of. Twisted Colossus I've heard is very good. Wicked Cyclone. There's nothing in the top 40 from Six Flags Over Georgia. And they're all solid at Six Flags, but a lot of competition. I think it's pretty impressive that Air Force One makes their top 10, which is like 40 minutes from me. New England Superman the ride. Oh, Six Flags Over Georgia Goliath is 73. Wow, they put Goliath above Hagrid's. That's surprising. Twisted Cyclone's at 78. So the Six Flags Over Georgia stuff's at like, wow, was not expecting that. They put Twisted Cyclone above Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy is a pretty cool ride. Six Flags Great America Goliath. The Goliath at Over Georgia is really good. I just like Twisted Cyclone better. I gray out every time I go on the Goliath at Over Georgia. Goliath in the Netherlands. And nothing else at Georgia even crosses top 100. Yeah, Air Force 1 is something else. That's a really special ride. And I've done afternoon and night rides on this thing, and in the rain. I have, here. They're taped up to my wall. They have little patches. Thanks for the follow. Caffeinator, it was probably a while ago. They have little patches you can buy after you've gotten a certain amount of rides on it. So this is my 50 ride patch on Air Force 1. Good ride. Trying to sneak it in there while I was gone. Anyway, I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm gonna put the BRB screen up, and I'll probably be back in like 20 or 30 minutes. I'm gonna go heat up some Costco chicken nuggets and swap out my laundry, which, milestone, this is the last time I'm ever doing laundry in this washing machine and dryer, because I ordered a new washer and dryer that's coming this week. These ones are like 15 or 20 years old, and they're just falling apart at the seams. I've fixed them and repaired them myself so many times. So I'm excited to get some new ones, but also a little bit scared because new ones tend to break a lot earlier than old ones. But last load of laundry on the old washer and dryer that I didn't even pay for, that lasted me about 15 years. I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna go heat up lunch, probably eat on stream, but I have to actually heat it up in the air fryer. And then we're gonna get back to triangulating and unwrapping and then hopefully texturing by the end of the day. So I'll be back in a bit. I'm just gonna leave this on BRB. Let me put some extra text here. There are combo units. They just aren't very reliable, but they do make them. I know Samsung has one, because when I was looking at washers and dryers, I saw the combo units. They're prohibitively expensive and they break down a lot more frequently because they're more complex mechanisms. I'll be right back, or in a bit. I'm back with lunch and a vengeance. Let's see, I got Costco chicken nuggets, garden salsa, sun chips, and a Pepsi Zero. Back to that coaster website. I want to see where Tron lands. Tron. Light cycle run. 217? Damn, I really liked that ride. I honestly liked it better than Guardians of the Galaxy. This one was really cool. Let me show you. I guess it's pretty hard to do a POV of it, but you go into this launch bay, and they have really cool effects on this one. It's not like an intense coaster. It doesn't have any inversions at Disney, but it's a pretty solid launch coaster, and the effects on the inside, like you go through this whole Tron sequence where you see the other bikes explode and stuff. I guess it's hard to show that on a POV. Oh, this is just pitch black. This is a garbage POV. Anyway, it's really cool. I guess you just have to take my word for it. I feel like it should be higher on the list than 217. Yeah, where's like all the cool lighting effects and stuff? That's a terrible POV. Let's see, Alec, once you go inside, damn. I guess it's just too dark to record. So you have all like these cool effects that you see while you're riding it. Oh, that's a great ride. I'm gonna try to eat quickly here so we can get back to UV unwrapping.
Whether you've been watching me for a long time or you have absolutely no idea who I am, you should know that one thing has eluded me in the world of chess, and that is the Grandmaster title. You know, there are more billionaires on planet Earth than there are Grandmasters. It is one of the most difficult achievements that a person can attain. But sometimes Grandmaster Levy does in fact emerge. And in this video, I will show 3 games to you that hopefully entertain you, but also teach you a couple of things about openings, middle games, attacking chess, and so on. I am approaching 3,000 on chess.com. My peak is now 2,970. I have been playing very good chess over the last quarter, maybe 3 to 4 months, and I'm excited to share it with you. As always, these are from tournaments on chess.com, so we might have repeat guests. In fact, the very first guest of today's episode, I did play recently. I feel bad. I don't mean to keep featuring Grandmaster Rustemov in my videos, but that's just how it goes. Then I will show you a very, very nice and back and forth game that I played against Mexican international master. And then a game against none other than Wonderful Time. You might have seen this person play against Hikaru thousands of times online. He's played against Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. This is Tuan Minh Le, Vietnamese Grandmaster. All these games Very fun, very dynamic, true to my style. And the very first one in particular begins with me on total tilt. I played knight to a6. Now, this is called the Australian defense. I don't know why. Now, knight a6, of course, is a very bad move. You really shouldn't play like this. Then you're going to have to bring the knight back from the outskirts of the board. Really, it should be here. And, you know, in the beginning of the game, you should be putting pawns in the center. Now, my opponent played the most principled move. Like, if your opponent is going to disrespect you with a knight move, he should go e4. Now, again, I didn't play this out of disrespect for my opponent. I was tilted from my previous loss. And sometimes you play dumb things when you're tilted. Now, the way you justify this setup, the only way, is you have to then play the move c6. And the point is you're trying to put this knight on c7, and you're trying to play a drunk Caro-Kann. You're trying to play a Caro-Kann, but you had a little bit too many, you know, pints. Now, here, this move, bishop takes knight, looks very natural because you give up your bishop and then black, you know, gets their pawn structure damaged and it's really ugly. But there's a trick here, and you can actually catch some people like this. You have queen a5 check. And this is very annoying because now white has to go here and you don't actually damage your pawn structure. You just got a bishop for a knight. It's actually a very good deal. And then after knight f3, you play knight f6, they develop. Let's say here, you develop, and ooh, you see, I'm allergic to giving up the bishop pair. They can't castle, so most people will try to trade queens with you, and by this point, black has a completely fantastic position. My opponent, sadly, did not fall for such idiocy, and, you know, played just very principled, knight out, bishop out, and white can also castle. White can move out the other knight, and that is what he did. And then I took, and I turned the game kind of into a Tarktikau or Caro-Kann with the move knight f6. Now, if he took me, I have the option to take with the pawn or the g-pawn, but he played a move that I don't like. Retreating the knight from the center of the board can't really be good. It's kind of a loss of time. Like, if anything, white should castle. White should maybe develop this bishop or try to make some sort of progress by going here. Now he gave me a target, you know, and again, I can play something like g6 or bishop, you know, bishop g7 castle, but I'm on full tilt, so we just go full steam ahead trying to take his head off, h5. A flank pawn attack with the intention to attack the knight, and then get the pawn maybe even to h3 in case he's going to castle in that direction. And he does, in fact, play the move h3. h3 is a really good move. h3 prevents bishop g4, knight g4, and the pawn getting to h3. Not in one move. But, you know, if I play h4, which is what I did in the game, and then he goes knight e2, from the opening, white just has a very comfortable position because he can just win my pawn. He can just totally win my pawn. Now, after 10 moves were made in this game, I'm just thinking like, well, this is really stupid. I am a pawn down. I'm tilted. But you know what? I'm not just going to fall over and lose the game. What pawn have I lost? I have lost an h-pawn. Now, keep in mind, plus 1.2 at the 2900 level is also not plus 1.2 at the 900 level or even the 1900 level. This is still a very complicated position for like 99.99999% of chess players. Why? Because the pawn that I lost is an h-pawn. If anything, practically speaking, black has an advantage here. That's a crazy take, but what's the point? The point is the open file. And so if white castles this way, there could be some practical problems, and of course I'm going to castle this way so that my rook can stay over here. I don't think this is an easy position at all to play for white at most levels of chess. At this level, it should be easier, but I develop my bishop, and I bring my knight into the middle, and what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to develop my queen, and I'm going to castle queenside. So queen to b6, targeting this pawn, not the best move. I wanted to go queen d7, but then I would get hit with this knight. I wanted to go queen d6 or queen c7, but if I do that, he's just going to bring the bishop back and improve his position, which is why I brought my queen over here. He went rook b1, and I long castled. Now, he is much better here, of course, but the way to proving this advantage, not so straightforward. And then he played the move bishop g3. I jumped my knight into the middle of the board because I'm looking to get his bishop, and I took his bishop, and then I played this nice move e6. And the point of e6 is I have now glued the bishop to this square, so he's not going to be able to remove it. If he tries to go after me with c4, I play knight to b4, and this is the benefit of having the bishop pair. My bishops just snipe his center. They don't make it easy for him to move. If you play without an eval bar, this is not a simple position. Meanwhile, I'm constantly looking over here, and that is where the game is ultimately going to be won and lost, is me losing my h-pawn early on and opposite side castling. In opposite side castling, there are sacrifices and there are pawn storms. So he goes rook d1. I now bring my queen back because it served its purpose, and I reposition my queen to target this side of the board. He plays a3. a3 is a very simple move. The idea of a3 is that he's preventing knight to b4 if he plays the move c4. At this point, I do spot some cool tactics, like knight to e3. Knight e3 is a fork, and if he takes, then I take his knight on g3. That would have been very reasonable, but I played bishop h6. I thought my bishop was quite passive here, and then I want to go to f4 and add another attacker to this side of the board. I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5 attacking pieces over there. He plays rook e1, which just feels a little bit too slow. And right here, I'm thinking, well, I've brought every piece to point it in this direction, except this one. So in 2 seconds time, I brought my rook. It wasn't the best move, but I mean, now I have every piece pointed at his king. And what's going to ultimately happen is I'm either going to go g5, g4, and if I get the pawn to g4,
okay, back to
just
it.
for example, like, look, a matter
Thanks
of
for
like
the
2 moves. If
entertainment, Mr. Levy. I'm now energized. I'm fed. Let's get back to unwrapping. Which these, I believe in a... I'm more of a Pepsi kick than a Coke kick lately. It's weird. I kind of swap between the two. A lot of people have their preference, but I'm just like, they're both good. This guy needs to be unwrapped. Probably just this back one, right? And same with this guy, which these are duplicates, so we can just join them now. And I need to install my UV Pack Master. I don't even know if it's going to work in Blender 5. I might have to buy a new version of it. The music started back up. Whoops. Those should be identical. Did I follow the wrong active quad? I believe I did. This should be 1, 2, 3. Oh, also the normals are facing the wrong way on one of these. Whenever I go in for office lunches, my coworkers make fun of me because I eat all of my food and then completely down my drink rather than drinking and eating throughout. Let's see, we got 3, 1, 2, 3, and then this face is the one I want to straighten. And this should get us a lot closer to equal. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's see if I can find my UV Pack Master. I wonder. They have UV Pack Master 4 now? I should upgrade. Okay, so it is Gumroad. Wait, can you just name $0 and download it? How can I upgrade? Oh, discount codes are automated. Okay, let's do it. I'd like to get a discount. Upgrade. Oh wait, wrong email address that I'm emailing from. Okay. Compose, upgrade at vpackmaster.com. I purchased UV Pack Master 2 Pro and would like to upgrade to 4 if possible. Thanks, Chris. This is automated, so I don't think I have to write anything fancy. Send. Anyway, let's see if 2 works for me. Let's see, you have to download this to set it up. In order to set it up, follow the setup guide. They couldn't have just linked to the setup guide. They had to put a text document that links to the setup guide. Yeah, I don't know that this will be supported by Blender 5. Let's see if it works. I should already have Packmaster installed. Preferences, add-ons, install from disk, downloads, modified Packmaster. Oof. Hey. Oh. Oof. Nope. That did not work. I might just be shit out of luck for a day. I got a response that says, this message is to confirm that we've registered your upgrade request to UV Packmaster 4 on Gumroad. Note that you will receive your discount code in a separate email from us. It may take up to 24 hours. Make sure you also check the spam folder, which I did, and it was not there. Hopefully, it shows up quickly. Well, I guess we'll just work on tagging seams, and then we can pack it all later anyway. We'll do that. We'll just unwrap things for now. These are easy enough. Let's go ahead and bevel this though. And I like to do the harden normals option because it looks nice. Question is, can we get away? Like that, probably? Or do we want the extra? It's just a couple extra faces. Not worried about it. If I need to cut it down later, I can. Now this one we can definitely cut down on. But this guy's already pretty cut down. Anyway, let's go ahead and apply the bevel. Actually, the player is most likely going to see the top over the front, so let's put the connected faces on top. That looks nice. And triangulate. Let's see, that would be... That's 6 faces. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 faces if I'd made the topology look nice. So it's actually better, I think, to just do the triangulation like that then. You, I think object data. Now y'all, all the same. This guy we can cut down on significantly. That. Delete them. I'm gonna delete like half of these. Got my eye on my email. Okay. Just kind of hoping that code shows up. We'll do bevel weight for this one. And we can honestly, it's probably wise to separate this guy out and then just make this one face. It ends up being less geometry. And easier to work with, coincidentally. here, we can just do our little bevel. We'll probably do it based on angle now. No, we want weight so that we don't have to deal with that. And then we'll do our little harden normals trick. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe we just need to bevel this edge. Nope, that is doing some problems, huh? Damn. What is happening here? I'm just gonna continue on my merry little way and then hope it works out. There's always some weirdness working with this stuff. We'll, okay, what if I just split these edges then? See, that works. And it's wrong. This should be fine. I decree. Why is this problematic? Oh, that works. Okay, it just wants me to continue the bevels across the spectrum. A little annoying. Anyway, it's only 127 triangles, so that's totally fine. Stretching. I'm gonna get distracted for a little bit. I have to play 10 games of chess every day. We went on one so far today. I guess I don't have to. It's on my list of things to do. I like my bishop right here. Kind of blocked his knight in too. Can castle long and just start an attack here. I mean, that's already an attack. That's just checkmate. That was an easy game. His mistake was taking my bishop and then opening up my rook on the side that he castled. And then allowing this to happen. I don't know how I could have defended that, honestly. I'll put my queen there. I guess he could have, like, put bishop there. That would have defended. Because I couldn't take his bishop since it's double defended by his knights. Huh. Good game. Easy. Okay, well. I don't like that I have to, I guess the amount of faces ends up being about the same, so who cares? Okay, we can down the size of this. And I feel like I feel like we should have like some sort of intersection here with this ring, but I don't know that that matters. We could always like try it, I suppose. Just have like an extra little rim there. I don't know if that's necessary. We could match it to the height of this. That kind of works. I kind of want to put a vent here too. All right, let's do X mirror real quick, and we can scoot these over just a little bit. Add a vent here. The interior of this doesn't really need to be beveled, but I'm afraid that the geometry is going to mess up again. Ooh, that did not like that. Whenever I'm struggling with something, I just like get distracted. If they don't move, that's a sign from the universe that I need to get back to work. Oh, they moved. The goal is kind of to end up with a similar setup to what we would with the Caro-Kann, I think, if we do a mirrored variation. I can just take that pawn. And castle. Which now means we can get our knight to over there, potentially. Or we can just try to kick the bishop and trade the knight for the bishop. Try to get rid of this bishop. We can probably get that pawn too. Oh, he's gonna let me have it. I don't really have anywhere to put this horse. I'm just gonna centralize my rooks. I think he wants my bishop, and I'm gonna say I like my bishop right here. And I like my queen right here, I think. I'm fine trading queens just because of the time advantage. I don't like that he can put his knight right there. But I don't really have a say in that, I guess. Well, let's at least go after that pawn. If he puts his knight there, we can just take it. So where's he? Oh, he's going for that. Put our bishop there. Yeah, that sucks, huh? At least open up the file for me. Problem with blitz. I had a huge time advantage too. And now I don't. I'm gonna open up my king. King safety is important. Why wouldn't I? I just have to play fast and I might be able to flag him. Oh, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder. Wow, I am just blind. Okay, we're just gonna move fast and try to flag. need to keep the one piece I have. Ah, this sucks. I think this is just game over. I just have to move fast. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I just have to make sure. I don't get checkmated, right? And we can have a draw. Oh, come on. Why did it give him an extra second? You saw that. It's giving him extra time every time he moves. Screw you, draw, jerk. Oh, I'm victorious. No chance. I can't checkmate with a knight and a king. I'll take it, but man, that was a rough game. If they're just gonna give me the center, I'm gonna take it. Keep the pen. Keep the pen. Castle. Technically behind a piece right now, but now I'm up. A whole rook. Sure. Uh, I'm gonna get rid of your rook because I don't like it. If you think I'm not totally cool with this, this is an endgame I just win. Oof. I'm just gonna keep my rook on dark squares. You don't have any checks. Man, you have 2 seconds, and I have a rook. Hooray! We flagged him. Oh, I see what I could have done. I gotta put my rook here, and then move my pawn up. Nah, that would have forced a trade. Buddy. He's gonna try a fried liver next. Or maybe not. This guy seems bad. I think he only knows the one move. I wonder if I can pull this off. Get something. Oh, that's pretty cool. Ooh, I think I get 2 things. Yeah, I'll go ahead and trade more because I'm ahead in material. sad. Go for it, I guess. Right? I'd like to get this bishop there. That would be super cool. Get rid of his knight. I don't know why this guy's so happy to trade. Dude, it's 2 bishops to your 1. Rook. Why'd he resign? I want to see if that was checkmate there. Let's see. No, it's just a check. I don't know why this guy resigned. Oh well, I'll take 3 wins in a row and get back to work. We gotten a upgrade code yet? Nope. Okay, why is this turning out the way it is? Oh, it's just the one edge messing it up, it looks like. Oh, it also doesn't like this. Okay. I can respect that. I don't like it. I can respect it. Okay, well, let's see if cutting across here. Will make it less awkward. Looks like that fixes it. This is lame. It is fixed, so whatever. This can be a smaller event. With only like 3 little vents. So you would normally in a game not sneeze, sorry. You would normally in a game just use a normal map for something like this, but in VR normal maps are kind of worthless outside of just specular highlights because they don't show depth, and you have that stereoscopic 3D in VR, so normal maps don't make things look 3D. That's why I like modeling a lot of the extra details that the player might get close to. And the geometry, I think, is cheaper than doing a parallax map. Go ahead and extrude this bad boy out. I don't know what's up with that. That's really annoying. Gotta hate that. Actually, I can just delete that edge loop altogether. I'm gonna set this down to 0.002. We can do shade auto. Okay, let's figure out how to fix this. Like I could just set the weight up here, but I don't really want the extra geometry, frankly. We apply this. Shading issues. Fair enough. Oh, doesn't want to get rid of his bishop. Well, I'm gonna put you there and then take that one. Maybe we can keep our knight. Oh, you want that pawn. Yeah, that's not happening. I'll put you there. Good game, buddy. Everyone always misses that when you just rotate your bishop and queen together and then have the battery that goes straight there. Okay, how do we fix that? This used to all just work, I feel, in earlier versions of Blender before they changed the auto smooth. Okay, it's Alt N. God, how does it frickin'... I wonder if ChatGPT knows how to fix this. Man, this is so annoying. God, there's not a reliable fix for this, is there? I wish I could just say, hey, keep this sharp. That is annoying as hell. Also... The only way through it is through it. I just have to figure out how to fix this goddamn stupid shading issue. It has to be possible. And if we apply, there's got to be a way to... It's giving us custom split normals. Ugh. The other option is just to split it. So that we don't have it bevel. If that's the case, might be the easiest solution, honestly. If we do that, then theoretically we could just make a hole like this for our vent. That might just have to be our solution for now. And we can tie these off. That'll have to do. Okay, let's unwrap this. Oh, let's join these as well. Of course, this is going to cause issues now. Ah, motherfucker. Why is beveling things on sharp edges so frustrating? Okay, if you really don't want your bishops, that's fine. Sure. I would really like to remove that knight. Now I can get a fork. Let's see, where can that go? I want to make sure they don't get any forks on me. Go here. They've made their king horribly unsafe. Oh. I could have taken. Because then I have that. Where's he trying to go? Yeah. Oh, he wants that pawn. I have an advantage here. The problem is that it's very frustrating because I have to deal with a fucking knight. And in Blitz, that's a lot harder. That's just free. I'm gonna stay off the same colored squares as my rooks. Go away. Go away. Oh my fucking god, this guy's annoying. Gets rid of a rook. Now I can just do this. Oh, that was a mistake. This is why I hate these end games, because knights are so fucking annoying, dude. I honestly, this is a hot take, but I honestly think it would be a better game if knights didn't exist, because their entire purpose is just to be tricky. It's like, that's not skill, it's just, ooh, tricky piece, woo! There's no strategy involved there. Ah, fuck it. It's just, ooh, look at my tricky piece, it goes in L's. This game would be a better game without them. I don't like that. But he doesn't have a white bishop, so it's going to be hard for him. Ugh, what are we gonna do here? Centralize, I guess. And try to get rid of that knight. Huh? That's one way to do it too. Of course, now he just opened up his rook, which kind of sucks. Good luck. Probably defend this guy. He's gonna go here. Not so easy, is it, buddy? Probably just flag this guy. Whole minute ahead on blitz game. There we go. That was a good win. We defended. Oh, back to figuring out shading shenanigans. It does not like diagonals, huh? Okay, then I wonder, what's in a wonder ball? Ugh. Like, that might just have to be a separate part too, which is probably going to end up being less faces. Well, let's do that. Now we can just delete this edge loop. I'm getting distracted because this is stressful work. That makes them claustrophobic. Yeah, you can have my knight. Here, I'll even give you a choice. I don't like horses. I do believe that is free. And that's a fork. No, it's not. That's unfortunate. That just loses a knight. Always pay attention to checks. Isn't that just free? does have a pawn if he wants it. Or that. I'd rather not trade queens. That works too. I am completely lost here. I'm just gonna resign. That was a bad one. I thought I had that, and then that just went downhill. Do it, coward. That's what I thought. Do-do-do-do. Oh, let's see what you're going for here. Not an easy way to protect both. That's unfortunate. I guess you get that one. Guess you don't want it. I am blundering like crazy today. People and their stupid ass queens, it's all they know how to use. Get rid of you. Hopefully. I don't even know how I'm behind on time. I feel like I haven't been moving any slower than other people. Well, absolutely do not want to put my rook there, because then he would be able to do things. That's what you're getting at. Support. Spam. Spam. Advertising paid viewers. I'm gonna eat as many pawns as possible, as I've already lost. Now I'm just gonna wait 4 seconds. Block this user. I don't like to end on a loss. This person's probably not even gonna play. I get that a lot on lead chess where people just won't start the game because they're losers with big fucking loser energy. Just take the center if you're gonna give it to me. Why not? This guy just likes his bishops, huh? Go away. Sure. Just have to keep an eye on the diagonals, which is something I traditionally struggle with. I don't think you should castle. Ooh. Thanks. I do need to pay attention to this and this, because he's got that whole battery. I'm gonna go ahead and defend against that. Let's try to get rid of his light squared bishop. Try to get rid of the queen. What is that decision? This guy just threw away a rook for a queen. Just keep an eye here. That check. That check, which gets us a bishop. resigned. Cool. Oh my god, select the fucking edge. This is why I use circle select most of the time. You double weight. One. I think at this point we can no, we can't mirror because we have this little guy right here. Okay, here we go. I think we can just let's do some face doctoring here. That'll work. Excuse me, damn. Man, stretching. We don't need these beveled at the bottom, that's just a waste of geometry. Ugh. I'm gonna continue getting distracted for a minute here while I just, like, my brain processes things. Sure. That's a free pawn. Oh, we're targeting this and this. Ideally get rid of this first because it's more advanced in our territory. Okay, scoot you back. I'll trade that any day of the week. go ahead and take you. Where's he planning on going? Regardless. I mean, like, he can't go there or there. Oh, he can go there. I see. That might be what he's trying to do. Well, if that's the case, I don't think there's much I can do about it. I don't like my bishop being on the same line as my rook here. Sure. Not sure what that accomplished for you. We can get rid of their knight and end up a pawn up. Okay, what checks does he have? If I go here, and we have to trade, and I'm just up pawns in an endgame. Or not. No trades at all, buddy. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally stalemate this fucker. Ooh. Should just be able to pre-move that. If he makes me wait the full 30 seconds, that's rude. Rude boy 807. Okay. Meow, okie dokie then. I think that ends up being less faces for us overall anyway, if we do it this way with the separated objects. That's fine. sure it goes all the way over here. Looks like it does. Okay, I think we've solved the crux of our shading issues. Now we can apply the modifiers and unwrap this piece. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, methinks. So we're back. Not making lunch, I can get rid of that now. Alright, I'm back. Okay. I'll start closing some tabs to save on some memory here. Okay, back to it. Here we go. I have to unwrap this bad boy, and once we get to this point, it gets a little bit tricky because the shading is baked in as custom split normals. So making changes to the geometry after we unwrap it is practically impossible unless we redo a bunch of stuff. So for that reason, I'm saving as a new iteration. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Alright, so now we can apply, and now we unwrap. So for this, mark a seam there. Missed something. Oh, yeah, it doesn't select the whole loop there. And then what we can do is cut here. And here. Like that. And that'll give us decent results. Another option that I haven't really done much before is we could do the follow active quads on this potentially. And that might also work. But then we'd get some stretched textures. I think I'd rather have the seams. Which really comes down, I'm not sure what the industry like protocol is for something like that, but I've had good results just putting seams to get the shape right. This could be totally wrong. It works for me. Right here, we can just cut across the top. And maybe clear that seam and mark that seam. Maybe mark this one down here so that it's evened out on the sides a bit. And go ahead and do the same here. Get this down to quads. Ah. And cut there. Looks pretty good. I can go ahead and do the same here. Just trying to put seams where people are less likely to see them. They'll obviously see them here, but they won't be obvious because of the way we're texturing it. Seams aren't that apparent anyway these days if you use something like Substance Painter. Got these done so we can hide them. This guy we can go ahead and triangulate now. Players are actually less likely to see, yeah, they're less likely to see this side, so we'll clear that seam. Or they're less likely to see like the in the crevice. So that's unwrapped. This guy doesn't need any more seams. Where does this guy? Where does this guy, I believe? These are all good looking. I just have to work with this. Okay. Best way to handle this. Probably cut around here. That gives us this whole thing, and I think this is a small enough ledge that we don't need to cut it. We can just cut out the base here, triangulate it. Honestly, just quad it. And then make a seam here. And this is unwrapped. Okay, we're gonna have to clean some of this up here. Let's go ahead and unwrap these bad boys. Which we don't need these faces. Nor do we need these ones. That'll do. So we probably want to separate floor, walls, ceiling. We could also easily make the interior area its own object. Figure out how we want to split all this up. Regardless, this is probably its own object right here. We also need to undo the mirroring. apply the mirroring. Alright, so we need to... Let's go ahead and save as a new iteration. Lots of iterations. Boolean mirror. I'm happy with this now. I like having things separate islands so that they're easy to make different materials in Substance Painter. Okay. This is where it's going to get really tricky. Some of these areas are going to have to be separate textures. It's just too big of an area to make it all one texture map, obviously. Nice. A lot of this can just be triangulated. We can like select all of this. Potentially. No, not quite. But what we could do is get it down to the corners. And then this edge loop right here is not even necessary. Something like that. And then you can dissolve that and just connect it like this. And then this can just be a big face. Well, at least. We'll probably just remirror all of this after we get it unwrapped on one side. These are unnecessary. We need to triangulate this. Okay, clean up, everybody do your share. Let's get back to it. This is the mentally draining, tedious part. But we can eliminate a lot of faces. don't know that these loops are necessary at all here. Here, let's just, yeah. We'll just do it the slow way. I was trying to get fancy. Sometimes just manually doing it is the right way. Watching that triangle count go down. Yippee-ki-yay. Which, again, we only need to do half. I'm actually gonna delete this half. So I know what I have to work on. Pretty good. So this seems completely unnecessary. Sleepy, feeling like a nap. Most of these aren't necessary. We can tie these off at the center here. We just need them to define the curve here. No reason for all the extra triangles. And then all this is hidden anyway, so probably delete a lot of those faces. this stuff down here. Unnecessary. Nice. Ah. That to tie off. Okay, I believe this is about as clean as it's gonna get. Here, can tie off some of these. Deep breath, back to work. Oh my god, what is up with the fucking bots today? You get reported. Spam. Spam. Block. We can probably just triangulate this across. I can probably just select this here edge loop. Cool. These are unnecessary vertices. Perhaps. Ugh. Okay. We're gonna need to cut across here. We can honestly just triangulate it though. Still waiting for my key for UV Packmaster 4. We can get everything unwrapped and cut, but we're not going to be able to yeah, we're not going to be able to actually like pack these and texture it until I get my key for UV Packmaster. There's no way in hell I'm going back to packing shit by hand. Ah! There's a fly. Might go get some wake up juice here in a second. Yeah, this is gonna struggle with the vent. I figured as much. We're gonna need to separate that out to bevel it anyway, I think. It's distraction time. Ooh, get through Gambit. I'm gonna just punch you. Why wouldn't I just take the pawn? I'm just a pawn ahead at this point. Sure. As if. This is gonna be tricky now. Should probably stay off the same colored squares as my bishop with my king. No, sir. Can't have it. No. I don't think so. I don't know how I'm 30 seconds behind. I feel like I'm moving just as fast as this guy. pawns ahead. Should be able to handle this. Thank you. Fuck out of here, dude. Checkmate. Let's go. That was a good win. We fought off the knight. And we were down to the last few seconds. That was pretty good. Got this guy mostly unwrapped. I think we need to separate out the vent. I'm gonna go get some caffeine and then we can finish up the walls here. I'll be right back. Alright, I got me some caffeine in a Tetris shaker cup. Have to shake it 100 times so you get some G Fuel shaker cup ASMR. The current flavor is sour gummy worms. Tastes pretty good. I don't know if I'd buy it again. My favorite flavor of G Fuel is the PewDiePie flavor. It's really good. Still waiting here on my code for UP Packmaster. Hopefully we can get to texturing today. Okay. Well, let's separate out the vent so we can bevel it all nice and neat looking. We'll select those edges. Also, honestly, we can just do that and then that and then that. Easy enough. Okay. We can go ahead and try to make the hole a little bit smaller. Which there's no reason for us to have this other than having stretched quads or triangles or whatever. So I'm gonna merge these off anyway. Because there's no reason for the extra geometry. It's not going to cause any shading issues. Probably make the hole a little bit smaller. Or make the vent a little bit bigger. That's probably the easier route to go. Wow, 0.002. Quite a lot. Is that what I did for the back? Looks like it. Is my normal 0.002 or 0.0002? So this was 0.002. I'm gonna do 0.001 for this guy because he's smaller. And we don't know the difference. don't need this extra edge. On the interior, we can merge this off. But I do want the slight curvature. I'll just keep it. It's like one extra face, who cares? Okay, so we want to do based on bevel weight. And we really only care about these edges. Maybe these ones as well. Which we might as well just do the whole diagonal to prevent shading issues. Nice. That'll work. All right. I don't think we need any bevels on the main wall here. I think the sharp edges look fine for that. Right now everything looks like it's beveled anyway because I have where is it? I have cavity map enabled just to emphasize things for better looking viewport. Send code, please. I would like to pack my UVs. Okay, back to it. Making really good progress here. Let's cut out this little hole area. I probably also need to cut out, I think we can probably do like that, maybe. Let's take a look at what this is looking like. Sometimes it's hard to picture what a 3D thing is going to look like when it's flattened. and that appears to work. Yeah, I think that works. If we really wanted to prevent any sort of stretching, we could mark that seam. But I don't know that that's necessary. So I need to unwrap the vent thing here, which also the hole, since we're beveling, the hole is now bigger than the vent, so we're gonna scale up the vent just a bit. And then drag it down a little bit, just so that it's bigger than the hole. How old did I turn this January? 35. I'm an old man now. Old man Jenkins. You thought 36? Damn, I look old then. That's what I'm hearing. No, I'm a 91 baby. I was born January 1991. Do I want to worry about beveling this? I don't think I do. I feel like that's more effort than it's worth. What year are you? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer. I'm gonna get distracted for a minute. I get distracted by chess so easily. It's such an addictive game. Boop. Boop. It's your birthday today? What? Let's do one of those. One of those. See who wants to chase. This guy is making his king horribly unsafe. No. You can't have my bishop, jerk. I'm fine with that. Also fine with that. That just pins his bishop. That gives him a pawn. What I want to do here, what accomplishes the most? Well, I'd like to protect this pawn. What does this accomplish? Some things. Let's put you here and then attack the queen. Oh, wrong pawn to defend. Wow, I'm not super bright. Sometimes. Hey, checkmate, we did it. Can't understand chess one bit. It's like a foreign language. You just have to play it some. It's actually a really fun game. The goal is to get it, I can try to explain a little bit. The goal is to get it so that the king is under attack and can't move any squares. That's checkmate. So right now, the queen, this spiky piece right here, I'll just show you. If she can go anywhere diagonally or vertically as long as she's not blocked off by a piece. The rook can go anywhere horizontally or vertically. Bishops can go anywhere diagonally. Pawns can go forward. Horses travel in an L. So for instance, at the end here, I won because my queen is attacking the king. The king has no squares to move to. And there's no way they can kill my queen in the current position because this guy can only go up and to the right, so nobody can attack the queen. And the king can't take the queen because it's being defended by the rook here. So normally, if this rook wasn't here and I put my queen there, the king could just take it because the king can move one square in any direction. But my queen is defended by the rook and it's attacking the king, so the king can't move anywhere. Anyway, back to work. I get distracted every once in a while. Fun distractions. Oh, we do want those edges because we like the curvature. I'm gonna go say hi to my girlfriend. She just got home. I'll be right back. Returned. She was doing a craft day with her girlfriends. They sat around and gossiped and they painted picture frames for their craft today. I gotta unwrap this vent thing. Yeah, if you wanna learn how to play chess, just download the app. It's free. Just chess.com or Lichess. I've specifically been playing on Lichess.org because I don't want to ruin my chess.com ratings. I finally got to above 1,000 rating on Blitz Rapid and Daily, and I don't want to ruin those scores, so I've been playing on a different website. Something in your things to conquer in your life list. So if you just go to chess.com, they also have puzzles you can do to get better at seeing patterns. So I can hit solve puzzles, and for instance, this one's actually pretty hard. Oh no, it's not. I can just do that, and then that's checkmate. So this isn't even like a game against someone, it's just solving puzzles. Maybe. You can win your bishop. Yeah, it gives you certain scenarios to solve. So I could... I don't know. Oh, I see why that works. Because if we go into the analysis of that, that's the correct answer. Because if you take, they take, you take, then if they take back, you just get their rook and you're up a bishop. So it's just a it's just a math calculation. What do I have? I can play checkmate soon. Is that just... No, hey. Is that just mate? Yeah. See, this is checkmate because the pawn attacks diagonally, so that these two squares are defended. The bishop is diagonal, so it defends those squares. And then the queen is attacking the king. Oh, I guess the king can go. The king does still have one square here, but then I would just move the pawn up and that would be attacking him. King can go down. Yeah, king can go any direction. That's just checkmate because the bishop is protecting the queen. Ugh. This is because the knight is protecting the queen. Knight can go in an L. In any direction. That's just checkmate. Just spamming these overtime. Honestly, just do the 10-minute games. So I like, my favorite is 3-minute games. But if you just play 10-minute games, you'll get a good feeling for how things go. Like I could do 10-minute game here. It gives you more time to calculate than a 3-minute. Oh, I actually don't want to start a game though. I want to get more progress done. I'm glad I could cancel that. I didn't know you could cancel on Lichess, honestly. There's also lessons on chess.com. Ah, motherfucker. Pressing the wrong buttons. So if you go to learn, they have lessons for beginners. Then there's also, I watch a lot of this guy on YouTube. He has really good videos on chess. And what he's had lately, I wonder if he has it as a playlist. Yeah, he has a chess slow run, which is where he's playing from 400.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to episode 1 of the Gotham Chess Slow Run. Normally on YouTube, people are doing speedruns. They're trying to beat games as fast as possible, but in chess, that is not particularly effective, although it would look extremely impressive. And so in this series, I'm going to be playing 10-minute rapid games. I created a new account with permission from chess.com to go up the rating ladder starting at 400 ELO, and I hope that you get something out of this series.
So this is a really good series to watch if you want to learn how to play chess too, because he starts at the absolute bottom and goes up the rating ladder in real time, so you know what to expect at different ratings. I've found this series really helpful to me. Chess grandmasters are very intimidating. I don't ever expect to be even remotely close to that good. My life goal is to get to 2000 rating. Which grandmasters are around like 2500 to 2500 to 3000 rating online. Maybe like 27 to 3000. So it's hard to go up in rating. I'm currently at 1000, so I'm like halfway to where I want to be. Rapid is the mode anyone actually cares about. Blitz is more fun, in my opinion, since it's 3-minute games. It's kind of chaotic. And by 3 minutes, it means you each have 3 minutes on your clock to make moves, and whenever you make a move, your clock stops ticking and theirs does. Oh yeah, Hikaru is nuts. He'll just pre-move everything. Yeah, he's absolutely nuts at the game. He has a slow run series as well, I believe. I just like Gotham Chess's teaching style. Cool, that is done. Now we can apply, join. This guy we gotta unwrap. Okay. If I join you, you lose your shading data. Great. Why is shading data so obnoxious? When I get stuck, that's when I get distracted. And then I get in this trap where I play until I win. Right now, the beginning goes so fast because it's just the opening. You're just trying to get your pieces where you want them. So now he's thinking, since the opening's basically over. He wants my bishop, but I'm gonna force him to open up my rook to get it. That's fine. This is a problem with the middle game, is figuring out what you want to do. So I could put my knight here, bring my queen out. He knows exactly what I'm going for. I don't have a place to put my knight currently. So I'm gonna bring... Oh, I can just defend him like this. He can put his knight right there. Sometimes it's worthwhile to sacrifice your pieces to do an attack. So I could like put my knight there to sacrifice the pawn, to make him sacrifice his pawn. That's just check. Okay, what can we do here? We can start sacking pieces. Thanks. Thanks. I don't think he realized that his, Can I just take that? What's he planning here? Oh, he left the game. If you win once, you call it a good day. Sometimes people won't even resign, they'll just leave, and it's kind of rude. But if you lose your queen and the other player still has their queen, it's a really big uphill battle. The queen is just so powerful. Oh, warning, leaving games without resigning may lead to temporary playing restrictions. Yep, better listen to him, Reset Coda. Loser. I wonder if I do like a shade auto smooth and then join. Okay, it does keep the data. Couldn't handle the folia. I was a little aggressive that game. I just like the 3-minute games because they go so fast and it's kind of chaotic. It's really easy to blunder in a 3-minute game though. It's even more chaotic in a 1-minute game. Those aren't even chess at that point. That's just an arcade game. Okay, we gotta unwrap this properly. So we have that cut. Let's cut the other corner too, just so we don't have this super long face. And then we can take these faces down here and triangulate, or at least quad them up. Here's what we'll do. Bam. Oh, that was not effective. Let's do it the other way then. Bam. Was that effective? Yeah, it was. Bam. Alright, so then I think we want to cut around the corners here, just to prevent stretching. Notice how it prevents stretching on the faces. You been playing Fortnite at all still? I've not kept up with it, admittedly. Ooh, I did the wrong edge there. I keep seeing ads though for different brand third-party like Guitar Hero guitars, and I've been really tempted to buy one for Fortnite Festival because that would be fun. I feel like it was a huge missed opportunity when Epic didn't release any guitars with Fortnite Festival. Alright, so now this guy, we're gonna join these all together. Same old Rage Fest. Alright, look at that, that's so clean. I can do mirror to get our other half here. Apply it. Bam. Nice and clean. I haven't touched Battle Royale since the beginning of the current season. I still have every victory umbrella from a main season, but that's about all I have. I do check the item shop though, because they released some collaborations I care about, and I try to buy the silly shoes. I'm waiting for Leon from Resident Evil to come back to the item shop. Shoes are so expensive though. Yeah, but I have like 3 million skins and the shoes are fun. I just do the silly ones though, so they're less expensive than the branded ones. I exclusively buy the silly shoes. Okay, good progress. So we can call this unwrapped now. Oh, this is all the stuff we have left to unwrap. These should be easy. These do not need to be so high poly. So we'll just delete every other edge here. Oh, let me there we go. Oh man. I was hoping I could do like a pattern select, but it won't do it for the whole edge loop. Nobody's gonna be close enough to these to see that they're a little bit janky. You remember a zoo game that took me hours to complete and didn't even get XP in the end? Oh yeah! It's fucking... Ugh. Waste of time. Okay, take this and... Honestly, I kind of like the sharp edges on this. I feel like it works fine. Those faces are unnecessary. Ah, man. Been going for almost 6 hours. I'm starting to zonk out here. I just really want to get everything unwrapped so I can start texturing this week. I was hoping to start texturing tonight, but I don't think that's gonna happen unless I get my upgrade code for UV Pack Master. This is the guitar I was looking at. Oh wait, is my I don't want my address to show. I wonder if I can copy this to like an incognito window so I'm not logged in. Oh, it saw as Alpharetta listed. Damn. At least it doesn't have my like actual address listed. Yeah, whatever. It's like 114 bucks. I need to buy 2 of them so I could play with my girlfriend. Rock Band and Guitar Hero were fun back in the day. I just don't know if I'd use it enough to warrant the price. Okay, the player will literally never see this edge. Ah, we're so close. I can't zonk out now. I have to wake up and work tomorrow too. Damn. That's the problem with being an adult. Okay. This is an important item. Oh my god, that's the third fucking bot today advertising, like, paid viewers. Report. Spam. Spam. Advertising paid viewers. Submit report. Block. I'm not gonna buy viewers. I'm working on a fucking VR game. You think I expect to be like a bajillion viewer stream? Eat a bag of dicks. Make sure you remember to remove the space, Chris. You're a funny boy. I'm gonna move this down just a bit. So there's some vertical room here for my stereo layer. Wake up, wake up. Here goes. Apply the mirror. This does not need to be this high resolution. Bevel by weight. Harden them normals. Why does that look like garbage? There we go. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. Oh. That's why it's not working. Bevel weight, go. All of this work for an extra little shine on the edges. Not worth it. Why did I apply the mirror before doing all this? Jeez. This is what we call not smart. Honestly here, we don't need the back face of this. Long time no see. What's up, Benny? How's it going? Yeah, I haven't been live much lately. How long you been following me? I don't remember. It's been a while. I haven't been live much in the last year. I think we don't need the back face. I think it's just a waste of geometry. You got 2 kids, a wife, and moved to Berlin in the meantime? Jeez. Time flies. Let's see here. I'd like these to be beveled. I think that about covers it for what needs to be beveled. We can probably just delete the bottom geometry on these bad boys. But I guess life's pretty good then, huh? I'd say everything's pretty good on this end. Okay, I think we are ready to unwrap this boy. How do we want to handle this? Tricky, tricky, tricky. We probably just do this. Cut across the top. Maybe like this back corner or something. That looks pretty clean. I want to do the edges that are further away from the player. Oh man. Messed up. Ooh, I screwed up the shading. No. Damn it. It's gonna be the best way to fix this. Ugh. I'm gonna have a distraction match. Sure. Sure. Man, just castle. The best course of action here. Ugh, go away. You don't have checkmate. I hope you think you do. Let's see. This guy's cramped in here. This is this guy. That buys me that. Never mind. How am I this far behind in time? That's what I thought. That's annoying. That gets me that at least. Let's see if he'll trade. Thanks. Yeah, you can have my rook, but I got your queen. Who's really winning here? Let's see. Can at least grab that pawn. You can have the knight, because you just gave me your rook. And I don't know about you, but I would much rather play a game of rook and queen versus rook and thanks. I'm gonna lose on time here, though. Oh, thank goodness, with 0.5 seconds left. Oh my god. That was rough. Good game. Very clutch. Jeez, that guy still had 1:22 left. He was playing too fast. Okay, I have screwed up the shading on this. I have to figure out the best way to fix it now. You can do weighted normal. Might just be what we're stuck with. Doesn't look bad though. You can realign these normals. It's Alt N and then S. That works. Ugh, normals are a bitch. There we go. That now looks correct. I can unwrap this bad boy. Oh, probably just 2 corners. Oh, we can cut it on all the corners because the corners are covered up. This is a cover-up operation. That'll give us smaller islands here. That looks correct. That looks correct. These are gonna be... What do we do? Okay, I think this all looks pretty good now. That's been unwrapped. No longer need this guy. Work on this. We can triangulate after we do the bevel. Okay, this guy we're just gonna separate out and make this one face here, as we've learned our lesson there. Let's push you out a little bit for more detail here. I mean, we could just do that. That. Much easier. Don't need those faces. Don't need those faces. And let's see. This goes way too far down. Just want to intersect a little bit. And same with, goes back too far. Don't need to waste texture space on that. Ugh. Sleepy. Let's do some bevel magic. Zero 015 seems to be a good number for this map. And save as a new iteration, as we've been doing all day. I'm gonna apply. We're more likely to see this side. To avoid stretching, we can cut these corners. That sounds bad. Which I don't think having seams here will look bad. It'll just look more alien manufactured. Oh, I got my code. I think. Hey. Give me $40 off. Hell yeah. That makes it 15 bucks for upgrade. Oh my god, that's so much nicer. Thank you. I want this. And then we have a code. Discount code. Hell yeah. You can pay with Google Pay. You. I'm glad that showed up. Okay, engine, download, and add-on, download. Setup must read v4. In order, follow this guide.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to install UV Packmaster 3 step by step. let's go. First off, one of the most important things, if you already have UV Pack Master installed, edit preferences. We're going to go into get extension UV, and then on the drop down here, uninstall, get rid of it.
Edit preferences, get extensions, UV. Install.
One very important thing now is to close and reopen Blender. That is very important. Obviously, I'm looking at Blender Market here, but it's going to be the same on Gumroad. Because I'm on Windows, I'm downloading the Windows version and also the add-on. Very important as well is both of these files should match each other. So 3.34, 3.34. So when you go to install, make sure you double click on the executable, the one on the right. So at the start of the installation, it may ask to install Visual Studio package. It might not. For me, I've already got Visual Studio installed, but it is a requirement for UV Pack Master to run. So make sure you tick the I agree to the license terms conditions and click install. When we're installing the executable, yes, I accept, next, install, let it go through, keep on going, sunshine. And like that, it's done. Installed, not the add-on. So while UV Pack Master supports all Blender versions after 2.8, I'm going to show you how to install it now on 4.4. So back into Blender, and we're going to go into add-ons, drop down in here, install from disk. We're going to find our file. Wait, nope, this one. Install from disk. And if it doesn't come up, UV, expand that. We can see the engine status is showing where we installed the executable. So there's no reason to do that manually. And that's basically it. Like, we've installed UV Pack Master 3 into Blender. And that's basically, we can see our file. Wait, nope, this one. Install from disk. And if it doesn't come up, UV, expand that. We can see the engine status.
Okay, great.
Is showing where we installed the executable. So there's no reason to do that manually. And that's basically it. Like,
cool, we got it working. Nice, nice, nice. So the benefit to UV Pack Master, I'll show you real quick, is if I select this guy and just hit pack, bam, it's gonna pack it as tight as it possibly can. Which we can fit a lot more on here, but yeah, it takes your islands and packs them, like it puts them in the holes and stuff like that. So it makes life a lot easier for getting the most out of your textures. All right, back to this. Okay. And just like that, we have that stuff unwrapped. Oh, we also have everything behind the doors to unwrap. Man, so much to do. Ugh. Ugh. This guy can come in quite a bit. And we can delete like half of these. Okay. Oof. We have the generator. We have all the interior stuff. Still quite a bit left to do. The only way through it is through it. Okay. We don't need the backs of these doors because no one's ever going to see them, I don't think. Maybe? Probably, maybe actually best to keep them just in case. Let's see, if I'm standing like right here. If we're ever like trying to figure out if it's possible to see the back of these from the player perspective. So like as long as let's say we're in the play area, standing really far over even. Yeah, I just don't think you're ever gonna see the back of these. It's not worth the UV space, probably. Okay. Let's make these a little bit thicker in terms of doors. Maybe like 0.0. Yeah, 0.035 is probably fine. So we can apply. I want smooth by angle before the bevel. Okay. I think this is the slow way to do it. Oh, wait, what did I do? No? I'm wondering if be better to do it the other way around. Yeah, I think that's better. It's gonna end up being cleaner. Ugh. Did I use Maya before or 3ds Max? I started on 3ds Max back in high school, which was a couple decades ago. I didn't use it for very long before I switched to Blender. I was forced to use Maya in college, but I just like Blender better. I feel like the interface is faster. Also, hi. We can How I did the Switch? Just started messing around with Blender in high school. A friend of mine, his dad knew someone at a local college that had like a Blender club. So I went to that after school a few times in high school. But mostly I just taught myself on the internet. And I was using Blender back when it was like 2.4. So the interface looked a whole lot different. It was, it looked like this. I've been using Blender for a very long time. You try like 3 times. It takes some getting used to. It's very hotkey based. But honestly, I've just been using it for a long time. This version came out in 2006, so I guess I've been using it for about 20 years. There's still stuff I don't know, but I can get my way around. Okay, I think we want to join these for now, and then mirror. Apply the mirror. Cool. The plugin I'm using here is UV Packmaster. It will pack your UVs as efficiently as possible automatically. How's feedback and sales for the game? Good good reviews, really bad sales. I've made like maybe less than $100 on this game, which is fine. I'm not that worried about it. I have a job. Where is this that needs to be cut? Do I use game instance? What do you mean? Yeah, I do use the game instance. That's where I put the unlock functionality, like cosmetics and stuff. Oh man, I got the UVs messed up here. What is this? What is going on? Oh, there we go. Is there anything else messy here? Right here. There we go. I think that cleaned it up. One breakthrough and it's jackpot. My philosophy is that I'm just gonna keep for at least a bit here until I finish this game mode. I'm just gonna keep adding to the game and hope people like it. At the end of the day, if I don't make a bunch of money on this game or don't sell a bunch of copies, it doesn't really matter. I have a good job. This is more just for me. Ooh, I should probably cut this up some. Tricky though. That's messy. We'll come back to that. Let's just get stuff cut up for now. What tools do you use? Blindness? Are you like a Maya person or a 3DS person? it was really easy for me to switch to Blender from 3DS in high school just because it made more sense to me, I guess. And then from 3DS to Blender. Then in college, when I had to use Maya, I just felt like the interface was so clunky. Which all of that has probably changed drastically since the last time I used it. It's been probably a decade since I've touched Maya. I'm old. I'm an old man, Chris. Can't stop using Alt. That's your main key to navigate. I just have my middle mouse button, Shift, Control to zoom or scroll. And then it's really useful. I can just hit period to zoom in on whatever I have selected. I think you can change the hotkeys though. Let's see. They used to have, I guess they don't have it by default up here anymore. When they first started like the new interface on Blender, they had like options where you could change the hotkeys to match Maya. I guess they don't have that anymore. If I hold shift middle mouse button, it's like this. And just middle mouse button rotates around. And control middle mouse button zooms in and out, or you can scroll. If you do edit preferences, emulate 3-button mouse, which is really useful if you're doing sculpting, then alt clicking becomes like your middle mouse. So you hold Alt and then left click for this, Alt Shift left click, Alt Control left click. But I don't turn that on unless I'm using my drawing tablet for sculpting. Okay, we gotta get this guy beveled. I don't want, let's see, I want like this beveled and this beveled. I don't know if I care about the ends being beveled here. I think that looks good enough. If I bevel the ends, I think it's just gonna get messy. Actually, it's not too bad. I'll do it. Something like that probably works. Okay, so then unwrapping this one, there's not going to be an easy way to keep it all attached, so I'm just going to cut the caps off. We'll do cut there, done. I have these pipes to unwrap. This should be super duper easy. Also, let's down res this. This is way too high resolution for what it is. Yeah, that'll work. Much better. Probably even. That might be a little bit far, because there's not enough geometry in the scene for it to really matter, I think. This guy is mirrored. Oof. Oh, man. Apparently time changed. This weekend. So I feel sleepy. Let's, we can go ahead and cut some of these out too. This isn't even something that's super close to the player. I saw 1 a.m. go to 3 a.m. I can't stay up late anymore. I just don't have it in me. That looks nice. We're doing pretty well on the vertex count. You can add a secret door in the floor that looks a bit darker and dodge the monster. This game mode, it's kind of like a front-facing pinball, but played with your fists, and it's in a tube. So, no monsters. There are bosses. It's like a roguelike pinball, where the goal is to you hit targets to progress to the next room, and there are different obstacles and such. And then every 3 to 5 rooms, there's a boss fight. And do we even need this? Probably not. Maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it just in case. We need to triangulate a lot of this. Actually, I don't even see the purpose in dividing that. I can just triangulate it. Maybe triangulate it after I apply the bevel so it doesn't mess with the quality of the bevel. I appreciate the suggestions. I already have the mechanics in place for the zone that I'm working on, but it's a cool concept. Pref, keymap, industry compatible. Oh, interesting. That's a funny way to label it. Okay. We applied the bevel, so now we can triangulate and cut off the face. That'll work. I thought I already down-resed this. Did I do it on the other side of the map? I did it on the other side of the map. I never claimed to be a smart man. Okay, so why is it busted here, but not on the other one? Interesting. Oh, I know. There we go. We can go ahead and apply the array. Turn on merge. Nice. So you can actually just delete these. Apply the location on this, add modifier, mirror, apply that, and then unwrap. Making progress. This probably doesn't need to be even this high resolution, right? The extra faces don't hurt anyone. You think I'll have children in the next 3 to 5 years? Not in this economy. Honest truth. Actually works nicely. I don't know that I want to bring a kid into the state of the world. That's my sticking point. As things appear to only be getting worse. Hear about Iran getting obliterated? Yeah, that's been all over the news. Weird times we're living in, buddy. Weird flippin' times. I think we can attach these. I feel like we live in the weirdest timeline. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm glad we're on the same page. Fucking plague on humanity. And on top of that, everything's more expensive now. And I miss the days where I didn't necessarily have to pay attention to politics because it was boring and didn't really matter. Now, the entire state of the nation is being ransacked regularly. Yeah, beef prices have skyrocketed. We barely even do beef anymore unless it's on sale. And when it's on sale, it's still more expensive than it used to be. I've said this a whole lot. I understand where, like, the idea of traditional Republican values come from. I understand people wanting their gun rights. I don't agree with it. I understand it. I understand people wanting small government. I understand people not understanding different lifestyles, like LGBTQ stuff. I will never, in a million, billion, gazillion, jillion years, never in my life understand how anybody listens to or reads a single thing that Trump says and thinks this right here is a perfectly sane human being fit to be the leader of this nation. I will never in a fucking million, jillion years understand that. Every single thing he posts in all caps on Truth Social comes across as a fucking toddler having a stupid meltdown. It is ridiculous. I hate it. I don't understand how so many people have been bamboozled by this monster, this abomination. Doesn't make sense to me. Pisses me off. Never understand how anyone still defends ICE in the streets, murking American citizens. Oh, he's done things that are way more than questionable in his past. He's openly bragged about it. He was in the locker rooms of the beauty pageants for underage girls that he ran. What's this game that I'm building? It's a VR action arcade game where you punch things. It's currently available on the Meta Store, but I'm making a new mode for it. But it's simple. The main mode, bombs appear. There are different varieties of them. You have to punch them away before they blow up, and you have to duck and dodge lasers and stuff. It's like a $6 arcade game. But I'm just making it because it's fun. Good workout. But the mode I'm working on for the game is kind of like a front-facing pinball in a tunnel with your fists, and it's roguelike. I need to come up with like a good elevator pitch for this because it's hard to explain. Is it your game or trying to copy the idea? Oh, it's my game. Yeah, I released it last year. Right now I'm working on the area where the player stands. And if I turn off the doors... Oh, these are not part of the doors collection anymore. This stuff animates out, and these doors close when you're playing the game, but this is where the player picks the mode that they want to play, and this is where they pick their cosmetics. You can unlock different fists in the game and have like different particle effects and stuff. How's the experience of making the game or playing the game? I think the game is pretty fun, personally, but I'm biased. Right now I'm going through and UV unwrapping things. Has it been worth the time making the game? I'd say so. I think it's pretty enjoyable. Game development is a pretty enjoyable, rewarding hobby. Because it's like the moment where you finally get something working is like the best feeling in the world. If you've been trying to solve a problem for a few days. We're getting close to having this mostly unwrapped so that we can texture it. I'm gonna call it quits here in a little bit. We've been going for 7 hours today. That's a long stream. I'm gonna get distracted here for a minute. That's a weird one. Can I just do that? This guy is playing complete and utter nonsense. This is not principled chess at this point. This is ridiculous. What's this guy even doing? I hate it when people don't play normal chess. I can just kick you, right? What are you gonna do about it? You can take a pawn and ruin my castling rights, but you just lose a full bishop. This is go crazy stupid chess. I don't understand this man. I also have a free check on him. And he gave me a full bishop, so I'm just gonna start trading pieces, right? Is it just your goal to give me a bunch of free stuff? Like, he might win just because I'm so confused. I'm just 2 full bishops ahead. How is this person 15? Oh, they're still, they don't have enough rating to establish a rating. They just gave me their queen. This person is not 1500 on lead chess. Go for it. You take, I take. I don't know if this person's ever played chess before in their life. I just gotta... What, I'm more than a full minute ahead? Might as well start doing things. I'm just gonna time him out. I have all of his pieces. I have an 18-point advantage. Why would I throw a piece away? Okay, yeah, they haven't played many games. Minus 244 points. A person has not normalized their score yet. Chess is my my distraction of choice lately. If I just need to like mix some things around in my brain for a little bit. Push this out just a little bit. Alright, so then add a bevel. Don't need the smooth by angle, I don't think. You just want to do by weight. Guess we do want the smooth, the auto smooth. Guess it wants me to bevel that to keep the shading nice. Makes sense, I guess. Okay. We can apply the mirror. We don't need this edge loop. I guess we can go ahead and unwrap. After we do the scoreboard, I'm probably gonna call it a night. I've been going at this for 7 hours. Jeez. That's a long day. I've seen the new MacBook Apple dropped that is cheap. No. New cheap MacBook. MacBook, is it the MacBook Neo? From $599. I wouldn't call that cheap. And cheap for a MacBook, but I wouldn't call it cheap. It seems like a Mac version of a Chromebook. Which... Chromebooks are a lot cheaper. Probably best for students trying to take notes. What game are they able to run on this? What are the specs? A18 Pro chip. $1080p FaceTime. Wow. I'm gonna start getting Apple ads now, aren't I? The only Apple products I own are my old iPhone 5 somewhere, my old iPad 2 somewhere, and then my iPad Air that I use to watch One Piece while I'm rowing. And that is its entire purpose. You're an Apple agent. Your plan worked for ads. Trying to get me hooked into the ecosystem. Okay, let's save this as a new iteration. Just good to be iterative. Oh, I skipped an iteration. Damn it. Whatever. Future Chris will have questions. Okay. We can just cut out the screen. Triangulate it. Wait, if we have these corners, do I even need... I don't even need these faces in here. What am I doing? Yeah, these faces are completely unnecessary. There's unnecessary geometry. Wait, what am I doing? Oh man, I feel really dumb. Okay, we're not applying the bevel yet. I have a better idea. If I can, okay, I can't back up that far. Whatever. Rude. I mean, what I could do... I don't need all that internal geometry. This is just a waste. I could just do, let's see, hide you. Here we can, edge split this. So it's its own thing. Which means we don't even need it. We can just make a plane. So then, we can do here. All right, we can cancel that. Hide you. Oh my god, this is gonna save so much geometry. Why did I not think of this earlier? Big dum dum. Don't need those corners at all if we have the artificial corners. Makes unwrapping a whole lot easier too. Jeez, I could have done this for the other screen as well. But I didn't. And I'm not going to backtrack. This might screw up the shading, but I think it'll be pretty easy to fix. She did not screw up the shading at all. Now we just need to make sure that these are covered. Wham bam. Bibbidi bam. What is that even from? We have a much better result in terms of the amount of faces. Wow, I do not feel smart. Now the unwrapping is basically automatic except for these bad boys right here. Which all we have to do is that, that. And which one did we? I don't think it actually matters. Cool. Okay, I think with that, we're gonna call it a day. We got a whole lot done today. All this has been optimized and unwrapped. Looking good. Oh, thanks everyone for hanging out. Cash, Raza, whoever else is around, Blindness, Caffeinator, other people whose names I can't pronounce because they're foreign. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go lay down, I think. This has been a productive day.